Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Tuesday edition of the stream. Today we're doing lots of Insignia dev, working on upending a system that creates a bunch of new opportunities. I'll tell you about that in just a second. Big welcome to everybody who's here in chat. Big thanks to those of you lurking on YouTube. Welcome. Biggest thanks to Fury 12100 for the most recent follow. I don't know why I described that number that way. And Kribril for the most recent subscriber. All right. Of course I can. Yeah. So yesterday I had a bunch of team meetings to kick off the week and did some work on the new enemy that we've been working on, the brand new one, the cat guy. And as a result of that, we decided that the combat system needed like one extra new layer, which is like basically when enemies take damage. Right now the poise threshold is like binary, but it needs to be more sliding scale so that enemies can be like more animation broken or less animation broken depending on how you attack them or how much damage you've done, stuff like that. Right now it's like either you're fully in control of combat or they are, depending on whose animations are allowed to persist when they get attacked. That kicked off a much longer refactor. So this was where we got yesterday, which involved basically re-rationalizing all of the combat interactions, all of the hitbox interactions. So like what happens when an enemy has their sword out and you hit them? Is that different from when they're just like standing around and you hit them? What's the different responses? What if they're attacking you and you attack them and the two hitboxes collide with each other? Stuff like that. And then we needed new names for some of these interactions because it's just too hard to talk about them if we don't have names for them. So I came up with some names. Those names are Strike, Outplay, Clash, Rattle, Reflex, Whiff. And Strike is a normal attack. Outplay is when you do like a back step as they thrust forward. So like an ensign capture. Clash is when two attack hitboxes hit each other. Rattle is when an attack hitbox hits a defensive hurtbox, like a sword that's held out in front. And so they'll take poise damage, but they'll take reduced actual damage. Reflex is kind of like a precursor to Outplay. So Armin has a back step, which turns into an attack. If you get hit during the back step, that's Reflex, which forces you to then, well, I'll explain that in a second, but anyway. And then I kind of added one more task to the list yesterday, which is it was time to do an overhaul of the collision system in the game, particularly how I encode enemy versus player hit and hurt boxes. In the past, we had enemy hit, enemy hurt, player hit, player hurt. And that meant that things like projectiles needed two versions of the same projectile. One for when it's being attacked at you and one for when you parry it and it goes back. You need like a friendly pebble and an enemy pebble, so that the right people can get parried by the right things. I wanted to change this. So I wrote a script that went through every single hitbox in the game. If they were enemies, change them to player. So now it's all just the same hitboxes and hurtboxes. And I changed a bunch of how the game thinks about targets. What that means is, with a new system that lets me do teams. So there's a player team and an enemy team, but it's not a player and enemy team. It's an integer that determines which team you're on. So now we can do stuff like this. enemies fighting enemies is now a thing we can do in the game. Hey, the Cool Square, thank you so much. Thank you. So, enemy combat's now a real thing. I managed to refactor pretty much the whole system successfully. There are things that don't work, which I'm following up on right now. And what the hell? So now I've got to get through it. It is an incredibly risky change. Even the way that enemies see Armen is different. So much is different. Like fundamentally, enemy vision had to change for this to work. But, I mean, it does. As a subtle bonus, so I talked about this idea of reflex. When I implemented reflex, what it means is, so Armen has his directional attacks. What the heck's going on here? Armen has directional attacks for up, down, left, and right. Hey, Blazy. And these attacks are now considered reflex attacks. And a reflex attack is basically a classic parry. So it has a startup and it has a outcome. The difference between this and like a true parry in Dark Souls is that there's no dead frames in the beginning. Basically, if you start parrying and you get interrupted, you immediately go into your parry state. So you just need to know what's coming towards you. And as long as you do the right output, time will slow down and you'll get the parry. So to talk about it in terms of like the current, like the new terminology, that's reflex and that's outplay interactions. And the way that works is so you have this guard box, and the guard box takes priority over any other hurt boxes. So this guard box says, hey, if we also got enums working in the collision properties. So this says, hey, this box is a back-facing box or a backwards direction guard box. If an enemy thrusts forward while we are sliding back, that hit hits this box instead of this box, and then fires an event. And then Armen's behavior, this backstep, says, hey, I received this event, and this event tells me that I got a reflex, so I'm going to skip to this frame, basically. Well, it doesn't skip to this frame. It actually skips to this frame, and then slows down time, darkens the screen, and then plays this frame and speeds time back up. That's how it works. So, yeah. Now we have this whole like reflex system that works for pretty much anything, including projectiles. Except the projectiles are a little bugged right now because the projectiles are hitting the enemies that they belong to. Unfortunately. So we've got to fix those. So huge game-breaking, risky global change, but see there, we did get the slowdown. Okay, so let's fix the pebbles. Where can I go to test this? Here. The heck is on the screen? Okay, good. So let's see if we can capture this. What is it? It's a pebble. Pebble has a slingshot, and the basic projectile has enemy shoot, player shoot, neutral. That won't be necessary anymore. So let's solve this. It might need a active and neutral. Hey, Meowj. Okay, reasonable. I'm assuming we can just do it from here. So we can say collision dot collider dot animator dot collision team. Just like that. Now we don't need to do any animation changes. We just say which team it's on. That's it. Any other errors? Nope. I'm working on combat adjustments to the game. Things that will make the combat system more robust, that allows us to do more interesting things with enemies. But first I've got to fix this problem that I created. Okay, still doing collisions, no good. Okay. So This on collision enter 2D. Exactly. The rattle state, stuff like that. This happens when? If time is greater than that and that play fade anim. Okay. But it lasted some amount of time before it would collider.enabled. Okay, so let's look at Pebble and let's look at the enemy variant of the Pebble. It's got a hitbox, it's got a hurtbox. What? Well, it's not colliding with the ground in this case. Ah, I see. This is the problem. Nice. Sweet. So maybe the difference between this and this, the difference is this has got a 50 damage hitbox, and this one has a 10 damage hitbox. So I'll call this deflected. And then we'll add it back in. Dude, my mouse is killing me right now. Better. Okay. Hey, Akira. Start with small things that you can finish. Yeah, like make it tiny, but finish it. And your goal is to sort of like get to the point where you're able to appraise like so getting good at game dev means getting good at finishing games and making better games than the last one you made. Because if you're inside of a game project, you won't know if you're doing the right thing or the wrong thing until you're playing it. And you can spend, like in my case, I've spent years doing things in this game that probably could have been twice as efficient if I was doing something else instead. Like doing things in the wrong order is very costly. Building things that you don't know how to build yet because you haven't discovered why you need them to be a certain way, very costly. So it's like, when we build houses, you build the foundation first, you build the framework, you might lay the bricks, whatever, you put the roof on, then you put the tiles, then you like do all the plumbing and the electrical work, then you do the finishing up on the inside, the painting, the interior design, then you move the furniture in, then you move in. But if you have like people moving in while the foundations are going up, that's going to be very expensive because everyone's going to have crappy places to sleep. They're going to be upset. If you move in before the plumbing's done, okay, again, you're going to be making a bunch of concessions about the design of the house to account for the fact that you are doing things in the wrong order. So with development, it's similar. It's like, well, it's fine that you're doing this job, but you might not have needed to do this job at all if you did this job first. And that chain of dependencies is very, very delicate and unique to every project. But you do get a sense for what kinds of things should come first, the more projects you finish. And so if you wanted to make this a career change for yourself, making fewer critical mistakes like that is way more important than achieving your ultimate goals in the short term. Just getting through a few projects and understanding, okay, why did this take me longer than I thought it would? What kinds of things came up that I didn't expect? Mitigating risk is it's insanely valuable. Like, incredibly valuable. There we go. Fixed. But I think I broke the arrows just now when I did that. I would say like having a game design doc is important, but it's also important for that document to be like a living document and for it to change based on the work that you're doing. There are times when you'll say, oh yeah, but I designed this in the doc, but the game doesn't want this to be in it anymore. Like if you design your game to have multiplayer and then you realize that like it just would make much better, it would be a much better game if it was single player. You can't be a slave to the doc. The doc has to be something that you negotiate with. Okay, that works. Yeah, if you're curious about like what's the right size of game to start at, I would say pick something that you're so confident you already know how to make. Like you feel like, oh, that would be easy. Start with that. If there's like any part of the game that you actually don't know exactly how you would build, that's too big. That project's too big for you. Pick something that's like you know how to make it. Like you basically made it before. That's how simple it needs to be. And every game after that should be similar. It's like, well, I basically know how to make this because I made that. If you do want to branch out, I think you can, but you can't have expectations about how long it's going to take because you won't know. And the learning exercise of making that different game, you should be okay with the fact that it's going to take longer. Like, accept the consequences of learning not being something that you can always get value out of. Sometimes the value out of doing something you've never done before is that you learned how to do it, not that you were able to make money off of it, or that you were able to innovate quickly and find some new, like, you're not necessarily going to discover anything new. You're not necessarily going to make money. You're learning. So budget any novelty, you have to budget it that way. As like, I cannot control what will happen out of this, and I'm okay with that. It's like gambling with money that you're not prepared to lose. Learning, every time you learn, it's a gamble. Every time you try something you've never done before that requires learning, it's a gamble. As long as you're okay with losing that money, go for it. Hey, software artificer. So it's just important that you having a good relationship with your own sense of direction is so important in this context. Like, because I struggled for years. I still do. Sometimes I'll set expectations and I can't meet them. And it's like, well, what went wrong here? Was it my expectations that were wrong, or my plans that were wrong, or my productivity that was wrong? Like, what did I do that was wrong? Because it's not always obvious. Yep. It's really hard. Why does this give me a null reference exception? I'm already checking if it's not null. Yeah, people don't realize, like, you can spend months on individual parts of this stuff. A fully side-scrolling Zelda game? I'm pretty much making one. Trying to. You think it's Kirby, but it's also Zelda. Kirby, the difference between this and true Zelda would just be that the accessories would be the things that let you get around the levels rather than abilities. That's the only thing that makes it Kirby and not Zelda. Everything else about it's Zelda. The dungeons, the towns, the quests, the kind of linear narrative that opens up different regions, depending on which Zelda you are trying to emulate. Okay. Actually, there's a better way to do this. The side-scrolling elements of the Game Boy games. So you're talking about A Link to the Past, basically, and the Oracle games and Link's Awakening. You want to do those in side-scrolling without a jump button? That's going to seem a lot like Link's Awakening's underground sections. But I don't know why you would do that without a jump button. The thing is that the challenge you're going to find with that... Oh, wait a second. Yeah, you're saying side-scrolling. So the problem there is that you're looking at a game where you have a character that's standing here and moving on the ground. And wherever you put the character, there's a plane where the ground is, where the horizon is, because it's side-scrolling. And that plane determines where the game layer is. And unless you can climb, like in Mario World, all of this space is dead unless you can jump. Which is why we have platformers that let you jump up through the platforms like that. Because you can't explore horizontal space if you can't jump. So, you could make a game where you unlock the jump later by like walking across this 1D section of gameplay until you talk to the right person here, talk to the right person there, and then you can do it. You can have doors that go through the Z-axis where there's another scene behind this scene technically. You could do that. Lots of games have like visual novel style or like walking simulator style like gameplay where you're just walking along a horizontal plane and there's like shops and things you can walk into and there's no vertical action. It's just that the game has to be much more dense this way. It's just that then combat becomes this thing that you have like, it ends up being very Castlevania where you're here, enemy is here. If you don't have a jump, I guess they could be whatever, but can you run past them? If you can't run past them, you sort of have to do this very literally one-dimensional combat where, it ends up being like a fighting game, which is okay, but yeah. You end up at Kirby if you let the player jump like I did, which I'm okay with. Because you need to be able to, like, if you think about an adventure game, the point is that progress unlocks new space. And if that new space can't be vertical, then what are you unlocking? How do you gate progress if you can't go, if you're not going using the up and down axis? Is it just gates and keys? Yeah. But you have to, the Zelda genre, any action adventure or Metroidvania, you start with the player. You start with what the player can do at the start of the game and what you want them to be able to do at the end of the game. And you make fun within that bounds of what can the player do. And then you design enemies, gates, story around the unlocking of the player progression. But if you don't have meaningful distinctions of what the player can and can't do, then it's a different, you're kind of just going to be going in circles, adding features without understanding how they relate to a thing that unfolds. Like, why should the player learn this before that? That needs to have an answer. And you can only answer that question if it's designed that way, that there's some sort of linear progression that you can do, or any kind of progression that motivates the player to learn this or get that so that they can XYZ. And the most important thing is that the player needs to understand that too intuitively. Like, the player needs to know, I need this so that I can that, before they've even got it. So like I show a player a beehive that's out of reach. How do I get up there? Well, you're going to find out one day, you know, and this is very intuitive because it's out of reach visually. How do you do that in a game that doesn't have a jump but is side scrolling? So yeah. Okay. One day I might need this to be better than this, but for now. What I'm basically trying to do is I have hitboxes that don't have characters I set up a team system so that I can have arbitrary things attacking arbitrary things, but I need to have an integer that says which team they're on. So, for example, I've got these thorns. Which team are the thorns on? They need to be on a team because they need to be able to hit the player character. Right now, the default setting is that they're on team 1, which is the enemy team. Team 0 is the player team. So, assuming that they are instantiated that way. Wow, that's cool. I don't even think they don't have a team. Or at least they're not trying to have a team. So let's set them up so that they do have one. Collision default. Now, this is not the same thing as what I previously had. So then I must be doing this some other way. How was I assigning damage to these? Wait, maybe at runtime they do? Collision default. Super collider, polygon shapes, outline shapes. Wow, how is this working before? I have no idea. That's pretty good. They should have a sensible naming scheme in the future. Maybe I'll do that right now. But the thing is, I don't necessarily want to have organized teams right now. Like an enum will limit them. But I could do a hash, like a dictionary maybe, of teams or something. I want to like have... Could even be like a list of strings that have predetermined names. Like int against strings is fine so that I can label them. Or just have integer constants. Like that. In Age of Empires, the environment team is called Gaia. Maybe I'll call it Gaia too. That's fun. Little reference. I've been sleeping meh. Okay. So now target awareness. This is on Animator Team. Wow. Was that the HD edition? Or was that the definitive edition? I purchased both multiple times. I love Age of Empires 2. Ah, you worked on DE? What did you work on it as? QA lead. Oh, sick. Dude, that game still has pathing issues with the villagers today, and they're in their nth year of post-release at this point. Okay. Can I blame you for the villager pathing? Okay, so I don't think I need to do this. I think this is in collision info. No, collider info. And this becomes layer ref dot Gaia team. They won't fix the bugs. Okay, sweet. So I'm still not understanding how this thorn system was supposed to determine its properties. There are properties here. It's like importer, like insignia importer. I hate that I've got two of these. Retro Tile Manager. Did I make this? Nope. Also, 999 errors. What's wrong? Public static int effect equals box dictionary effect dot physics layer. What's wrong with that? Excuse me? One more time. The type initializer threw an exception? Is it something to do with this? Was I not allowed to do that? Also, why are these all lowercase? And then this one goes yellow. What is that? Oh, what the hell? Hang on a second. Then why is this doing this? Did these get updated like randomly? I shouldn't do this. I should just never do what I'm doing right now. Oh, I literally just did it. Hang on. Hang on. Why are these not lambdas? I don't think I even... There's no way that they were previously not lambdas? How? How could the game have run if they weren't lambdas? Bro, I'm confused. Okay. Okay. So far, so good. Okay, so what's the problem with... We're looking at this guy creates a new this thing. That never happens. It could just be an importer issue. It just didn't import the scene correctly. Let's re-import it. Your tiled asset may not function correctly. Open tag manager. Am I doing something where I'm setting something to enemy hit? Enemy hit. I see. I see. So what this means I need to do is go to the rules file of this. And make them just hit. What? What on my reference tiles could not be found? Files could not be found. I don't know if I agree with that. What are you looking for? Why can't I... why is it impossible for me to reveal what this is? File name Orenstead Golden. I don't think I want to touch that yet. Anyway, let's go to one of these that actually works. Okay, no thorns in this one. Then let's go to the ones that exist in the game. Prefab open model. So then the thorns will be on Unity layer hit, correct. So then if I come here and I press go, not yet. But if I check this by opening the model, not opening the model, by selecting the asset, it no longer has this problem. So that's good. So you, and entrance. And you, and you will all work now. So then it was, what was the name of this thing? Retro Tile Manager. Still didn't get created. So we re-import all three. What? You. Thorns. There we go. Re-import again. Brother. Okay, still no good. We have a problem. The importer is not importing. Unless I'm missing something higher up. Maybe I'll recompile quickly. You buzz off. Okay. So no good there, no good there. I go to this guy, I select the asset. I do this, I do re-import. Did I get the console? Nope. Why does the importer no longer work? It's no good. Do I have fall through and everything? Yes. So that happened. Which means that this is doing one-way ground platforms. Hey. How's it going? Thanks for the raid. I mean, if we go over here and re-import this, select asset, re-import. We should get the that works. We get the pulley. Which means when this imports, it should call that script. So when I do this and go select asset here and then re-import, there you go. So that worked. Ah, there we go. Okay. So did we get it? Did we get a hitbox? Nope. Okay. We're getting this far. We're not getting that far. We're not getting that far. So we don't have super colliders for some reason. But we do have everything else. How could this have changed in the last whatever? Ah, it's right here. Oh my gosh. That's why. Very bad. Very bad me. Adam, have you tried looking at the logic that you created? Whoa. That's fun. Unity fully crashed. It's great, isn't it? It's got to be the most... It's beautiful. This is the source of everything. Where it all comes out. Like they couldn't have just like picked a different angle or like anything. Like just filled the hole in the center, maybe, or made it like literally anything different from this would have been fine. But they went, no, we want cosmic butthole. That's what we think is best. This represents us as a company. Well, I better take a break. I'm just going to sit here with my eyes shut while this imports for the 50th time. Oh. Ugh. Hey, Jump Jump. How's it going? What's new? Yes, try tongue. Dude, it's re-importing the entire lib folder because it couldn't import one tile map once. Like, brother, please. Anyway, I can still code. I don't want it to be the end of the year. Let me start 2025 again. Oh, that'd be sick. That'd be amazing. If I could be at 2025 today, January 2025, whoa. That's a good place to be. With all the work I've done in 2025, just I get to do it over again. I get to just sit on top of that. Oh, I'd be killing it. I get to be a year younger with all the work I did last year. If I could go back in time, but my Git repo stays in 2026. My Git account is 2026, but everything else goes back. Hey, Jump Jump. Thank you so much for the sub. Hey, Koth. I would say game devs, it's a mixed bag. You will get people who are nicer than they normally would be and people who are ruder than they normally would be. It depends on the size and the publicity of the jam. If it's a really big jam, I think you're going to get a bunch of randoms and they'll just say whatever they want. If it's a very small community jam, they'll be very nice. See you, Jump Jump. Bro, we're updating the whole iteration 7. Hey, Cinderblock. How you doing? I don't even know. I don't even know what this is. What's that white thing? Oh, that's the crash report that never actually opened properly. Okay, so after we're done with this, that will include thorns. We've checked these off. We've checked these off, these off, these off. Is there anything that has a hitbox in chapter 1 that we should think about that needs retouching? No, 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 no. Dead zones, death, kill zones. Kill zone 2. That's the next thing we've got to check. Insignia is doing great. Yeah, we're powering on. I have to do a quick refactor today, but the kill zone, I'm reading while I'm talking. The refactor has allowed us to now do enemy versus enemy dog fighting if we want. Or cockfighting. What do you call that? Cockfighting. Dog fighting is planes. Cockfighting is chickens. So yeah, kill zone 2, the future. Kill zone 2, the surface. Coal dot enabled. So this is a box collider, and it has kill and has. Oh, okay. This doesn't need it. Okay, sweet. Does it have damage? No. Oh, you don't take damage when you do these. Well, whatever. Dude, iteration 10? This might fail to import. Iteration 16? I don't know what's going to happen, actually. That might sit there for ages. Well, we tried. We'll just keep waiting. Okay, what else? Kill zones checked off. All good. What other things in the game? I've checked the bouncing ball. The colliders in Harriet boss fight. Hey, we're back. So these are a problem, I think, because there's nothing stopping them from being hit, from hitting Harriet, basically. Yay, we did it. Okay, so when we fight Harriet, let's have a look, see what happens. Dunk, 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 dunk. Okay, that's fully broken. Great. So I imagine it would have a couple of different sprites. Cool throw, cool parried, behavior, state. How does this hurt her? Ah. Okay, so this is the problem. We have these projectile, projectile parried, strong, strong. Okay, that's fine. It's fine for it to be like this, but we don't have a team that it's on. So we need to say like, so we have light attack, parry state. Okay. The player input system to work with controllers. Yeah, it already, yeah. In fact, it works too well with controllers. This is tough because we need to, when we set the attacks, the second we do that, that's when we need to change the team to the either Armin or Harriet's team. So basically, it's got to happen like before that. So when we take damage and when we set parry state, we need to say animator.set team, player team. And then as soon as this happens, does it have a Harriet? Does it know about Harriet? No, then we'll go back to enemy after that. Okay, well that's pretty straightforward. Bro, what is happening? Can you guys just diggity stop? Rebuilding assets forever. Almost. So let's have a look. Bing. This guy's team is what? I can't see it. If I go to the debug version. Team is 1. That's the enemy team. That's because this only needs to happen. Machine state complete. Set active false. Well, I mean... It's on team 1 now. Still on team 1. Still on team 1. Okay. Dude, I don't want to read all this. If character enter spline. Parry state is homing travel. Homing travel has an anim, and when it enters, then it plays it looping override. We need to override this. What the hell? Character animated FPS. Frame rate. Oh my goodness. No good still. Hey, 8 Linky. Thank you so much. Shadows should be a little bit more blue than the color that they are, and a little bit darker, obviously. And then highlights should be a little bit more yellow. What the heck? What did I just... No thanks. Go back, please. No thanks. Close. Take me back. Take me back to my desktop. Thank you. Okay, it looks like it never did that. Okay, well... What is this for then? How do we have the hitbox? Does the quill have an animator on it? Surely it wouldn't be able to respond to hit registrations if it didn't. The quill is a type of enemy. So then character is not null here for this state, because when we instantiate this, when we enter the state, when we set the state, we set the core, I'm pretty sure. Yes. So then character can't be null. So then why is this happening? Oh, wait, did we get it? No. So we are doing this. Still on team 1. No good. What about the sprite renderer? I mean the animator. The animator is on team 0. Team 0. Team 1. Team 1. Team 0 immediately. So then no. Yeah, everything about that's right. Except this is on team 1 instead of team 0. So when we play this animation, that should force it to be on the right team. Because it needs to ask what its parent team is before it updates the thing. Unless it never deleted these because it never had a frame where they were cleared. So then in Hitbox Manager, instantiate Hitbox, this passes the animator in. This is only for adding a new hitbox. What about updating a hitbox? I guess. Nice. First try. First try of the new try that I just did. Oof. Oh, I needed to test these. She's dead. Okay. Okay. Updates. Thorns and Harriet fight to use new collision teams. So these have teams, and those teams are on team 1. So actually, it's fine. They can't hit Harriet. They can only hit us. Perfect. Wow. A perfect refactor. Executed perfectly. Okay. Well. I guess that's it. I guess we're good now. We're good to go. Cool. Sweet, we did it. That's actually incredible that this didn't fail worse than that. Alrighty. Boom. Boom. I don't have Clash, but I did do these. Consider removing second bar altogether. I'm still thinking about that. Well, you'll hear that a lot more now because those enemies now have more poise. That's what I was going to do last night. I was going to change Armin's combos to have way less poise damage. So that you couldn't spam, basically. Without possibly getting hit. Negative 15 poise damage. How much poise do they have, Martins? Their base poise is 30. I mean, this doesn't have any poise. This is really annoying me. Okay. So, maybe this doesn't do what I thought it would. It should take this and subtract that so that this becomes a poise damage of 10. This has a poise damage of 10. And this has a poise damage of 15 because you take damage minus poise. So if we go to collision info, poise equals damage plus poise. Well, that's annoying. Kaleidopoise, Kaleidopoise, 10, 10. This is 30. Let's try that again. 10. Which is good. 10 is not a lot. So then why is it that he takes poise damage when we hit him? Oh, the laugh. The laugh has a lower poise than the rest of it. I don't think that's right. Wait. He doesn't have anything. It's normal. Now I'm confused. Oh, I think actually they take the hurt if they have 75 left. I think that's what it is. So then on the character stun, it's flinch, tumble, knockdown, or flinch. But we only have to do this if we set the character stun. And Marten, it should be an enemy, right? Whoa, everything does this like manually? Oh no, it's on hurt confirm. Which happens when? That's still not right. Composure. When does it go into its hurt state? That's not what I'm expecting. It would be somewhere that all enemies have. But this is if we're ready to die, which is too early. Hey, is that Nickelodeon? Thanks for the follow. Brother. Nick Glenn. It looked like Nickelodeon. I got this tiny little preview on my side of my screen. Okay. What's entering stun here? Character stun, object stun, character stun, stun, character, public stun, stun, set, stun. But that's commented out. So how does it know to do it? I think actually stun sets itself. And it might be actually on normal stun. 0.75. There it is. God, that was buried. So it looks like lowering this, it doesn't really change it. That's really interesting. I want to take a little bit of time here to assess something. So, the problem is that it's a viable strategy to spam the attack button. That's the problem. And I just thought to myself, well, what if I make it so that Armin does less poise damage so that enemies can attack you back? Now, enemies attacking you back is also a deterrent. It's a good deterrent from spamming because you'll just trade and then you'll lose health. But it doesn't stop spamming the attack button from being the most viable strategy. It's still the best thing you can do to put out as much damage as possible. And that's no good. It just went from feeling good to attack things to feeling bad to attack things. And I like that it feels good to attack things. Okay. Yeah. Well, it's more just that the enemies are slower than you. So even if you don't outdamage them, you still output more damage by attacking faster. this is where stamina comes in. You know, do I punish the player by making their stamina go down? It's something that I didn't want to do for this game. I've had it in the past. I think we need a better deterrent. So we could make it that you just do a lot less damage on the normal attacks. It's hard to explain to the player then why that's the case, because these are some, you know, some big swings. So why would these do more damage? I mean, it should be a deterrent. If you lose like a fair bit of health, like eventually you'll die. The only problem is that dying like later is like, let's just say you trade, right? Let's say like you fight an enemy and we've got full HP right now, or they're just about. I take one hit from him, but I kill him. I make my way down here. I take like one hit from this guy, but I move on, no problem. You know, I take one hit from this guy. Ouch. Ouch. By the time I get to here, like, if I die against this thing, like, ow, I died. However, like, does that really... If I die, I'm not going to blame... Like, am I going to blame this guy or blame myself all those hits ago? Like, slowly losing health doesn't feel like... It's like, you know, when they say you don't rub a dog's nose in its poo when it poos on the ground or whatever. Like, if you come home, the dog's torn up the lounge. You pick up the dog and you force its head into the lounge. You say, what have you done? By that point, the dog's not really conscious of the fact, like, it's not remembering. Some dogs would, but some dogs won't even like put the two together, that I'm being punished for something that I did, you know. Or if a dog eats, you know, your steak that you had out that you were going to cook that night, and then you go, did you eat the steak? It doesn't know what you're saying. You can't punish someone for something they don't understand. So if you die here after losing a little bit of health, by the time you die here, you're not thinking, I should have played more defensively when I had full health. I should have been more careful and not gotten hit so often. You're just not thinking that way. So the answer is also this pauldron. If we go to effects, not ensign effects, accessory effect lookup, and then we had the iron pauldron had a defense up effect, and defense up does what? If we look at Armin right now, he probably has it on him. Determination effect, vulnerability half. Oh, that's way too little. Oh no, does he have a determination band on? Is that what it is? Oh. Yeah, that's broken. I was wondering why I was taking like so little damage. Dude, the determination band is insane. Hey, Booyah. What color are you hoping for? Oh, it's like 10 seconds. Should be like 2 seconds. Maybe 3. We'll give you 3 just for the sake of it. So, tick, 1, 2. That should be less. That seemed like it was less. Okay, and then tick, 1, 2. That was way more. I think it needs to be constantly beaming during the time when it's active. Also, like when I take a hit. Ah, it did blink. Also, like, what is happening here? Fixed. Nope, didn't fix. Didn't fix. Does Armin have a target awareness? I'm sure he does. He does, but his target is nothing. So when he awakens, I mean, these things are the same thing. That's better. Okay. All right, pink. Let's have a look. That one's yellow. Sorry. It's an old bag. It's no good. No good. Okay. So I think now we've properly refactored that. So still not happy with enemy difficulty. I mean, I think we just need to make them more punishing, which they are. They are going to be. We're on the same team, me and the Hunden. All right. Let's get rid of these guys. Let's put you back on your own team. I mean, the fear is that me just doing this. I mean, I guess it's... You can't really spam. We have friendly fire now. Oh my gosh, I'm so stupid. Yeah, like... I guess this is way too easy. You definitely shouldn't be able to do that anyway. That's what I want to happen. I want you to get punished for pressing the button. It's tough. It's really tough. But I don't know if we can sit here dawdling on it. I don't think we can solve this problem right now. The answer is not faster. The answer is something like, maybe like bigger hitboxes. Maybe we take away the dodge roll altogether. Maybe you don't get that at the start. It's very powerful. You can literally just tap it and never get hit. Except what the hell's going on? Ugh, Unity, can you stop doing this? Yeah, like, you could pretty much get away from anything. Is it doing it again? I don't want the enemies to be faster than this. Maybe we need to be more tight with the dodge roll timings. I mean, he's got a hitbox on all these frames. Box. So he's not actually invulnerable, is he? Oh, wow. He's invulnerable literally on frame 1. I don't really like that. For 0.2 seconds, that's not very good. That's too strong. That's 0.2 seconds is tons of frames. Point 3. Jesus. I think the better way to do this would be to add a keyframe here, take it away here. So it's literally you have these 2 frames of invulnerability. That's how I used to do it. Why did I do it differently to that? better. Is it because I wanted him to be able to grab you? Maybe we have it be that you have the hurt box. It's only invulnerable on this one. Gee, that's tight. One might be not enough. I think it's not enough because maybe we'll have it be on these 2 frames is gone. The problem is that the hitbox stays around for too long. Hey, Ercomedia, welcome. So then I kind of agree with my original assessment of having it have a time. But it can't be 0.3. The roll invulnerability can be something like 0.15, 16 even. What's 60 divided by 16? 0.6. 0.16 times 60 is 9.6 frames. 10 frames of invulnerability is still... it's a lot. Wait, what? Okay. I can't see if he's invulnerable. Life invincible. Looks like he was never invincible. I guess invincibility and invulnerability are different things in my game. Weird. Well, that's bad. Anyway. is vulnerable. So like I'm in behavior, shader. I think we might not even need this. Because what if I want him to flash while he's rolling? Nice. Is that too weird? Or is that valuable? Maybe we flash a little bit faster. Wow, good one, Copilot. Yeah, maybe. You don't flash when you take damage. You become invulnerable when you take damage, which makes you flash. So it is the same condition. Do I have a reckless? Ow. You always become invulnerable after taking damage. But you... no. It's taking damage, rolling, and, I mean, there might be other circumstances if you have a special accessory that lets you do that. Why does he take damage when he grabs us? Anyway, I gotta stop. Let's keep working. It isn't right though. Why does he, when he grabs, I can force him to. State tree on Hunden. Force state grab. grab is a type of... It's a type of hitbox. But it should be an offensive hitbox. Let's hope that still works. Hunden, state tree, force state, grab. Nice. But now can you parry the grab? Jesus. Anyway. So, let's move on. Balances. Okay. Oh, I had things that I needed to do. We wanted the rattle behavior. So, rattling is a kind of defense where enemies have a guard box, and the guard box is a priority box that I mean, we don't have, like, these guys don't have them, so it needs to be on, like, this character. The idea is, whenever he's doing this, you would add a guard box. You would put it here. And you would have him go ding. Rather than get hurt, he would just go into that state. And so this is something that across the board could be interesting if enemies had some kind of resource. The problem then is you still get punished for attacking unless getting hit by this lets this guy do something interesting. Like maybe his next hit grabs you if you hit him from this. So it's kind of like it's their ability to do reflex against you is what's important here. And the idea that not every attack you land does damage to them. This is Sekiro. That's what it is. It's literally Sekiro. Sekiro takes the health bar and says, you do not do damage with this when you attack. When you attack, you do damage to this bar, and when that bar is empty, then you do damage to this bar. So we're kind of in the same space here. My concern, however, is that we don't have a consistent... Like, we have multiple bars at this point, which we shouldn't. So we have health. We have stamina. Not that it's being used right now, but it exists as a concept in the game. We also have this stun. And then let's make an orange one and call it something else. So this is health, energy. This is composure. And then this is like rattle, poise, rattle. I'm just gonna call it rattle. So the way I see it, oh, a sad song. Thank you so much. Thank you. Welcome. In reality, I want all of these to do the same thing. These three should all be the same bar, and they should all be one yellow bar that does something. And the bar should be invisible unless you have like a scan item on you. That's how I want it to be in the game. So So let's take these, let's identify what they are first and then talk about how we could fix them. So this like limits what the user can do by depleting when they execute actions. I don't want that in the game. I just don't want it. I don't think it's necessary. Okay, this creates a buffer for the enemy that protects them from taking damage and advances their state tree in some direction. Okay. This is a bar, measures punishment taken and rewards and bursts when overfilled. Reduces when damage is taken. Death when empty. So, what I want is something between this and this. In previous there are games that I've played in the past where I've seen a yellow bar be used as like a anything bar for the enemy's state machine. So you could have like a turret, and the turret could have a composure of 0, and then it goes bing, shoots a big laser, and the bar fills up, and when the bar fills up it goes overheats for like 5 seconds. So it's almost like to break its composure, it just has to attack until it runs out. And then a different enemy might have like, oh, if you parry them, their composure breaks. Like there's lots of different conditions for different enemies, and the puzzle is just based on that enemy, how that enemy works. That's cool. I mean, like I like that a lot. The only thing is, it won't ever be clear to the player how that works. So then it has to be a question of like, all right, is the puzzle about learning about that thing? Is that bar necessary? Do you need to see it? And then how does this relate to this if this is like a universal principle, or is it not universal? So this, if it's this, then this is not a general balance approach. This is just something that some enemies have. And I think we don't have enough enemies in the game that you duel against to really have it be like a whole, what's the word, like a principle of the game. So and I still, no matter how I implement this, the purpose of this thing should be to stop the player from spamming the button. No, this is like this is actually just puts you at a disadvantage. It's like Dizzy in Street Fighter. This is like the EX bar, or not the EX, what's it called? I don't know what it's called in the drive bar. Some players will literally never discover it unless you expose it. Yes. Well, what I'd like to do is the RPG thing of having you giving you an option to equip an accessory, and that accessory exposes the bar. Like in Final Fantasy, that's called scan. And you usually have to, it's an ability that a character can have to scan the enemy. In this case, it would be an accessory that gives you the ability to scan, or like that automatically scans when you, it just exposes the health bar. So my concern here is, I mean, I can do this. All of this is fine. It's just a question of, is this universal, this concept? And if it is, like, how does it work against these enemies? I think it doesn't have to be, I think it can be on like a per enemy basis. We were talking, Luca and I, about like a stun, like a revenge gauge. There's another one here. I'll make this purple. This goes up as victim, as user is punished, allows them to take their turn back when full. I don't really like this. It's hard for me to explain. Like in like Guilty Gear, you can, I think there's a button you can press. Certainly in Marvel vs. Capcom, there's a button you can press to like break out of a combo once. And in Kingdom Hearts, bosses have it. So like they're like getting hit, and they go, "Ah," and it bursts out. I forget what they call it. They call it sparking, I think, in Dragon Ball FighterZ, maybe. So I don't like the idea of like every enemy having one of these, but maybe. But if I do, I think it has to be something that's something like, I don't like the idea of, oh, if you hit the enemy like 5 times in succession, on the 5th one they'll always do this thing. I think instead it should be like some state is changing. At a certain point, the enemy responds this way, and if you hit them one more time, then they do their big rebuttal attack. But this shouldn't be based on a number. It should be based on, maybe it goes up the more recycling you do, if you use the same hit over and over again. Or if you, like the more, you have to like mix it up to keep this bar low. My only other concern is that like enemies won't, all of these things are finite if you're doing damage during this process. Because if this enemy has like 5 hits worth, well, you'll kill them before they get to this point. So then it becomes like, how many exchanges does a fight get to have before you start implementing things like this? And how easy is it to get in neutral? Yeah, well, this is the thing. No matter what, this enemy will die. If I go like this, it's over. And I hate the idea that right now, when they're getting up, they're invincible, right? So if I go like this, like that, I can't hit him there. Well, I did at the end, but like that. I don't like that missed. I prefer that did something, but advanced some state. Like the idea that enemies are invulnerable is weird. because it just doesn't feel good. You know? Well, the purpose of rattle would be to diminish the amount of damage they take. That's the point of rattle. Rattle is like, you hit me, but you didn't hit me properly because I had my sword up. Like the hit was less effective because you did it in a way that I was prepared for or something. The question is like I've got so many states for these characters that like even this. I mean, these are simple enemies. They shouldn't be that hard to fight anyway. But I think what players are asking for here is more depth. Like that then. I think that's pretty good. Like when they have the sword, when they're getting ready to attack you, they have more poise. Hey, Fate Hamir. Fate Hamir? Go slow. Start small, but pick projects that you can finish. So like this here, poise is 20. Let's bump it up to 30. Like that's pretty good. Like you definitely can't. You can't go toe to toe with that. But the problem is that you don't have to wait for that. You could just go for it. I think the surprise this needs to be now it's only 40% of the time. That's better. I mean, I took a lot of damage then. What happens if I just fight the hedgehog? Yeah, that shouldn't happen either. This whole thing should be 40, I think. Yeah. What? Right, just the timing thing. Oh. The outplay needs more poise damage. So this is stun. Should stun. Or, dude, why doesn't this have like why can't I interpret the collision info inside of this? Info.outcome equals outplayed. Okay. That should be an outplay. But it was considered a normal hit. So what makes it an outplay? An outplay is when it's not a guard and the hitbox is a pose. But then Martin here on on his forward slash would need for all of these hitboxes to be considered forward hitboxes. I'd have to give a direction to these. Like that, basically. Which Hmm. This is tough. I'm working on action combat for my game, Fate. How do we do this, man? How do I do this? I need to get I mean, we could say animator.get component life. We could say like if is life and life not equals null, then oops, L dot on outplay confirm dot invoke. I don't think it does, actually. I don't know if that... I think you have to check null afterwards, if that's what you're asking. Or you... Okay, you're making a joke about philosophy. Bro, what are you doing? Oh my gosh. Hang on a second. Let me fix this. This is the... Crucible tile set. Not importing correctly and causing the importer to go crazy. Okay. You go. You can go. You go. Save. Delete. M. Save. Go. Go. Delete this. Save. Go. Go. Delete this. Save. Go. Go. Delete this. Save. Go. Delete this, save, go. Delete that, save, go. Delete that, save, go. Why do these look like this? Ah, these will also all be wrong. Man, this sucks. Okay. Now, you should import much better now. Bro, still. Dude, what is causing you to do this? Look at that. It just keeps... Just buzz off. I hold my breath without realizing constantly. It's called pausing, and it's actually part of the reason why I have sleep apnea. Yeah, it's a terrible, terrible habit. It's a stress response. A lot of people do, well, I don't know about a lot of people, but it's not like completely uncommon. I used to play Overwatch, and I would be halfway through a game and I would realize, maybe after I died or something, or the round ended, that like I can't like breathe because I've been holding my breath for like a minute and a half straight. You notice that I hold my breath? I think I gave it to myself playing Counter-Strike in like when I was like a teenager. I think that's what started it. And now my brain is ruined. No, I don't think. I think I have sinus problems as well that makes it hard to breathe when I'm focused. Like the normal shallow breath that you do, if you have a sinus problem, it's harder to get the air through, so you just don't breathe, you know? Okay. So let's look at what we've just been doing. Re-imports. Tiles that previously had thorns on the wrong layer. Okay. So we're still in the middle of this. Is there anything else I need to build? I don't even remember what I was just doing. What's the last change I made? Yep. I'm seeing if I can make outplay something that forces the stun to go into it. But no, it didn't. So I need... Okay, Armin outplayed Martin then. Oh, it did the sound and everything. That was perfect. Okay, so that's right. So then what's happening here? Martin Was it that we didn't do it for all of his attacks yet? This one's forward, forward, forward. Mutton overhead. Forward, forward, forward. Why does he move so drastically in the direction where he's headed? It's cool if it wasn't so much. I guess it's because the backstep slash has so much power on it that the knockback is 3. If it was 2, they totally get turned around. Why does that happen? Face knockback. I don't know. If I do this, if I do that, like I push him, he should face away from where he's headed. But that's the only example where I would want him to go the other way. I did do the clinker, yep. So should this have a damage vector that goes forward? I like that it pulls them backwards. Hey, Project Zero. Still doing well. No issues. I mean, I guess we just do that. I like that it pulls them towards us, though. I thought that was really cool. Maybe also these attacks should have an even longer wind up. Oh, those enemies need to be less noisy. They're the worst. That's why you do it with the sound, because otherwise you can't test it properly. Like, I know it's annoying and I need to fix it. It might be worth adding another frame here and removing this one. One, two, three, four, five. And then one more would be down thrust, which we're going to duplicate the frame, take this one and knock away all of the properties. So now they're all a bit slower. Oh, but I hate that. That could be the coolest attack in the game, and it looks so bad right now. Or like even more though. Like give me nothing until the end. That's better. Not like that though. A bit more. Give me more than nothing. Like that. I don't love that though. Hey Kratesh, thank you so much. Why does that sometimes work? Yeah. What if I did this? Hmm. I'm pushing pixels at the moment. That needs a new thing. It needs one more frame that is more like this. So dirt, and this goes back. Oh man, come on. Hey pals, I watched 28 Years Later, the one that came out last year. So 27 years later, and it was really good. It's not called 27 years later. Yeah, it was good. I it's one of my like. I don't think I've watched a movie that I thought was like technically that good in a long time. Like it was very good. In a way that like I guess I would describe it as like it was an excellently made film. I felt very like almost grateful to watch it. Has anyone here seen it, and did you feel similarly? "28 Years Later," not the current one. I haven't seen that yet, but the one that came out last year. Gosh, because like I watched the first one, and then I watched the second one, and then I watched the third one, like 3 or 4 days in a row. And the first one is like made on a VHS tape. Like the first one is so like technically it's like a home video. Like it's almost hard to watch. Not in like a necessarily bad way, but it's like, wow, this is not a quality. Like they used like the cheapest possible cameras. And the most recent one is like gorgeous. It's like a beautiful film. Highly recommend. It was it like really affected me as well. Like it really got me. It's quite an emotional film. Maybe partly because like my mum has a condition that it's not I don't know if I want to spoil the movie for anybody, but like it's about a boy who goes to find a cure for his mum who's sick, and they live in the post-apocalypse obviously. And like my mum was very sick a few years ago and suffered some like permanent brain damage as a result. And this movie just it just hit me. Because like in the movie, like she doesn't really remember. She's very confused. And his father like he's like not very well. He's not doing the right thing. What is this called? This is called Swords Dance 2 Thrust. Oh, that just... Really? How did it know to make that frame? Okay, well... Okay. 1 1 1 2 3 4. 1 1 1 2 3 4. Yeah, but this should be 4 5 I think at this point. Oh yeah, my mum's very strong. But yeah, brain stuff's pretty hard to beat that stuff, unfortunately. 0 1 2 3. You can't really win. Nope. What am I doing here? Why do these have such... The names of these animations are really confusing. Yeah, it's not that one though. That's really annoying. I think I need to lock this and then click this, go here, and then 1, 2, 2. So it's and then this is 3. 3. 4 maybe. 4, 5. Let's try it. Bro, why is my game so slow? It's just friggin'... It keeps re-importing. Stop, dude. My gosh. Okay. That's probably better. I don't like how it feels right now. It's very annoying. Am I hearing that twice? Is that why? Is it double pumping the... Like that was so much. Maybe I'm just overanalyzing it. Maybe because I want to spam them now, and I'm not... Maybe this is the system working. Dude, that forward lunge. There's something wrong there. That's on the fourth thing. That's the problem. I can't cancel it with a direction attack. So in these moments, can he attack? He can move and he can attack. That's so bad. Okay, we can fix this. Sorry, chat. I'm just like tunneling a bit. All right, so when we enter, we set the next attack. If we set the ground attack, then we are just going to commit the combo. And it's during this phase, this setup state, that I want to be able to cancel. So There is a, what have we got? We've got defend. And defend happens. Then it does the ting. And this happens when? Here. So, animated frame is hold start limit and state is combo. So, debug, so bool starting up equals state equals combo and animated frame is less than hold start limit. If starting up try canceling into directional attack. Nice. That's what I want. Whoops. What the hell's wrong with me? Okay. 0, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 3. This is 3. So it's 3, 3, 3, 3. And in fact, it could even be 0, 2, 3. Bro, my Unity is giving me the grief right now. I need to turn it off. I think I need to play it with a controller just to test it. Okay. My brain's not, I'm not like, also I need to I need to turn this off. Start it again. Holy crap. Unity is just killing me today. Sorry, chat. One sec. Not that. Twin River. No, it didn't crash. I turned it off. It was annoying me. It kept re-importing things that I didn't want it to do that with. Bro. Is it still doing it? I'm gonna murder somebody if it's still doing it. I can feel the jittering, but it doesn't say that it's doing it right now. Alright, I gotta go in thinking like a new player. What am I doing? I'm attacking this guy. Well, that was easy. That was easy. Yeah, I mean, other than the super annoying jitters that are happening every so often, which has nothing to do with the game and everything to do with Unity right now, I think we're okay. I think the constant slowdowns are too much. It is better in that regard, in that now we can do this. You know, like that feels right. I think the thrust is just wrong. I think it's just the thrust is wrong. This is one of those things I'm definitely going to feel completely differently about tomorrow. I'm just going to not even think about it today, and then tomorrow it'll be like, oh yeah, no, this is fine. Health flashes when you use it. The forward attack. The builds take a little bit of time. 5-10 minutes. I'm not seeing the health bar flash. I might have had critical HP. I think I'm tired, pals. I think I'm tired. I think the reflex thing is, it's cool, but I don't know if I want to keep it. Or like maybe it's the dimming as well. Just something about it that's just not quite right. It feels like too much. I have an idea. See, that shouldn't do that. Return not is guard. Collision.collide is getbox type guard. It needs to be guard. What? I'm confused about that. This is outplay. Sorry, this isn't what I was trying to do. It's reflex. Like that. Nope. Other way around. That's better. We're going round and round and round and round. I don't understand why, like, I'm taking it back. I hated all these changes, man. They were just bad changes. The double frames here, get out of here. The back step. This, get out of here. The upper. Get out of here. The down. Get out of here. Dude, the frame rate it's hurting me. It hurts me. What's happening today? My eyes hurt. There's too much slowdown. I mean, I like it a lot, the slowdown. It's weird. Like, in principle, I like it. No. It's something else. It's the game stuttering. It's not what I think it is. It's the editor. I don't think it's me. That shouldn't have done that. Oh, yes, it does. No, the editor is stuttering. It's so infuriating. It's making me, like, not able to appraise what I'm doing properly. I'm trying to do things that are like what's the word? Oh, I did restart. That's the problem. I'm going to fire up the profiler and just see what the hell's happening here. Watch it behave. Oh, like that. Hello.
I'm going for a walk.
Okay, no worries. This thing here. Well, what took this long? Usually it's graphics dot wait for blah blah blah. It's like waiting for the GPU. Like that little hitch there. Is it garbage collection? Why won't it show me where the extra time is? What am I missing? Yeah, it's the editor. It's just the editor. It's just the editor being crazy. For 250 milliseconds. Like, bro, get out of here. Just did it again. It's not hot reload. It's just the Unity editor being a jerk. Oh. Well, I'm not going to test it like this anymore. I'm just hurting myself. It's just making me anxious. Yeah, we could try running on the build. It's not going to be in the build. It won't be. It'll be all right. It's literally the editor profiler. The other alternative is, I think we don't have combo enders in the game. So like this attack, combo 7-3, this hit here, if I made this an effect vector of -1 with a knockback of 4, the enemies, you can't juggle them after that. See? You sort of just like hit the ground. I mean, you can play the demo right now if you want. All right. Well, one other thing. Dude, today was not a great day. I did all the things I was supposed to do. Didn't have a good day. Just felt trapped all day. So we have this new feature, which will give you a little bit more time than it used to. The new reflex system kind of helps you with this because it means when you dodge, if you're really late, time will slow down and you'll still get the parry anyway. That's what this system is. It slows down time and gives you the parry, even if you do it on the last possible frame. So as long as you've pressed it, you'll see it. But that's everywhere. Every enemy, everything in the game will do that. If you get hit while doing this, like, time will slow down. You should be able to do it even more now. Even then, we got hit and we still did it. Two, one. Yeah, that's pretty early. The only thing is, there's something here I hate about this. And it's that if you do it early, you still get the correct outcome. So what this is like it's like a parry and riposte in one animation. And you will get that animation even if like if you just press back, he'll just do it. Right? So the question is, like, should he not? Should he do just like a backspin? But then there's too many things in the game that can't work that way if that's the case. Well, you can't back attack anything else in the game. You can forward thrust, you can upswing, you can swing down. So that'll help you attack in any direction. This could just be and then he returns back. Like, it just doesn't have a hitbox unless you get hit by something. I'm okay with that, honestly. Yeah, I actually have this already set up. Oh, Swizz, thank you so much. I'm gonna work so hard for you guys. I'm gonna work so goddamn hard. I promise. I mean, I do, but I'm going to work even harder. Backstep into slash. Guard. This goes off. This guard has a hitbox direction of back. So now you don't get it. That should be way less, the movement should go not nearly as far. It's a little weird. Too many additional frames as well. Oh, he didn't do it. Bro, finish the job. If reflex frame is this, play that. Otherwise, play this. Alt sheet is null. Alt sheet. I mean, that seems pretty reasonable to me. How come that worked? Oh, how? How are you still enjoying it? I'm so happy. Then how come we're not taking any, we're not doing it, nothing's happening if we're doing it late. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't seem right. Oh, there's no hurt box. Or is there? Okay, what's wrong with this? Come on. He didn't do it. But it's called reflexed. So what's happening here? If reflex frame shouldn't be 0 in this case. It should be like backstep attack has a reflex frame. Oh my gosh, try saying that 3 times fast. Reflex frame of 3. Oh. That's what it is. Let's try that again. His hurt box should be all the way here. How much time is spent with mouse and keyboard? I don't do anything all keyboard. I have one hand on the keyboard and one hand on the mouse all the time. Mouse is for like clicking things, like units, making them move around and stuff. And keyboard is for selecting buildings and telling the buildings what to do. Like picking using mouse and then actions with keyboard. That's feeling good. What the hell? But you can't, there are some things you can't do with hotkeys. Like you can't select a random villager with hotkeys, right? I use a lot of hotkeys, but like when you say all, there's some things that just can't. Why did that do nothing? See that? Oh no, he got it then. Maybe it's just tighter now. Nah, that's not right. It's weird that he can like fully have nothing happen during those frames. Like the guard frame must be being hit. Like, there are hotkeys. Nah, even the best player in the world is Hera. And Hera definitely uses his mouse. Let's have a look.
No extra population while I set up the booty.
Look at his mouse. See?
So I'm not sure exactly how I want to go about this.
This is the world
On the
number
other hand,
one.
if I just open the castle right away, then I have a chance to do some, potential game-ending damage right away to a couple of them. But it leaves me very economically underdeveloped. And so... And I have to say, I haven't commented on this, but I love the fact that they're playing as brothers.
Like, you have to.
Reminds me of how I grew
You
up
have
as
to.
well. It's the exact same thing. We're four brothers. They're actually...
Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. What is this? Where is the attack hitbox? Uh-oh. That's not good. Come on, hit me with the other one. Huh. It doesn't have a hitbox anymore for some reason. Okay. What did I do? It's pretty clear. It says hitbox. Oh, I made it a no collide box. I must have accidentally done that. I'm so stupid. Oh, that was killing me. Oh. That's no good. I think I'm going to do a different move for this, but for now, that'll have to do. I gotta go. Yeah, I can give myself invincibility. In which case now I can make this stronger. And I really do want this to pull them in. But what happens right now is that they face the direction that the attack is going in. Should they do that? I feel like they should just face who hit them. Or... I don't know. This had an effect vector of -1 at one point, and it was doing this. I guess as long as Martin... Just whenever we do an attack, just always face the target before you do. That's probably something that I should be doing all the time. Also, I think this frame should probably go away. Hey, thanks for the bits. Yeah, it's not quite right. It needs to be more like... The sword needs to be angled. More like this. And his arm needs to be angled more like this. This, this, this. Not that it's going to look right. I'm going to redraw it. Oh, maybe I'll get Morgan too. Do I have like a proper block? I don't think so. It needs to be like a... Anyway. Okay, I'm gonna go. Pals, this was very tiring for me. I think I've just been having a rough day. I hope my laptop has battery. All right, I'm going to go to a game dev meetup. And I'll see you all on Thursday. Pardon me, I'll see you all on Thursday. Gosh, the bubble demon came out. All right, let's raid Hypnotic. Pals, if you like this content, definitely go consider wishlisting Insignia on Steam. And if you aren't convinced, you can play the demo and then you can go wishlist. Lots of updates, more updates coming. Stay tuned. I'll see you all in a bit. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time, bye.